Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, Hardy.
Non-farm employment change up 253,000 versus 71 expected. Unemployment is 3.4%, down 0.1 from expected. Online, all of this is potentially bearish in the medium term for SPY because it needs more aggressive moves from the Fed.
Yo, Scott, can you mute?
Come again?
Sorry, Scald was picking up your sound.
The Skull, I think the corn got you. Non-farm employment change went up 253,000 versus the expected 181. So basically, there are 253,000 more jobs last month than were expected. Unemployment rate is 3.4% versus 3.6 expected, which is down from the 3.5% unemployment in the previous month. So it basically means unemployment rate's going down. With unemployment rate going down, rates may continue to have to go up. Also, with the effectiveness of some of those stable diffusion pictures, it won't be too long before we get a properly 3D modeled stripper robot. They take tips in batteries. For anyone else who wanted a project for the weekend, Russell 2000 is going, and well, basically all the Russell indexes are approaching the rebalancing period. So broadly speaking, within a given Russell index, look for a stock that outperformed it and then see to what extent it is institutionally held. Darren, how does immigration fix unemployment? It rebalances every year, Thunderous. And the reason why this is important is last year, a company called Health Equity outperformed the Russell 2000 index, and it also had institutional holdings of 105%. So imagine how much of that was going to be sold because of institutions following the ETF rules. And 2 weeks later, the price went downsies. The problem, Darren, isn't that unemployment is 3.4%. The problem is that unemployment is shrinking. And that is directly against the goal of Jay Powell and the Fed. They need to see unemployment go up, and with it a slowing of the velocity of money in order to arrest inflation and bring it back to their 2% goal.
Did I hear drill?
An ETF for the banking and finance sector would probably be XLF, but that includes the larger banks.
Sorry, guys, I hit the cornfield. Update on my wall calls. Looks like they've probably gone to zero, but there's a rebound today. We'll see what happens with that. On my Xerox and Newell puts, XRX, NWL puts, I mentioned about how ICANN held 22% and 8% of these companies respectively a few days ago, how I was buying puts on them. I'm up pretty bigly on these. I know there's some other people in the community that also followed and are up pretty big as well. Not sure if I'm going to take profits today or let it ride. I'm going to take a look at this, compare it to the Adonai thing. I think it's at least as bad as the Adonai thing, what's going on with ICANN, and I'll go from there. I'll either take profits today or I'll let them ride for another week.
For those of you who are salty about Pepe coin, keep in mind most of the valuations of the people who held through the rise are on paper. The moment they try to sell, they will definitely not be able to realize those valuations. They need to update by the end of June, Thunderous.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Even Leopard's calling out the decline in Bitcoin liquidity. I've noticed that myself. Normally this correlates with downward movements on the chain, but I think as long as banks keep failing, Bitcoin go up.
Anyone have a CSV list of the Russell 2000 that I can pull? And we can also check the 1 and 3. The whole thesis behind the Russell 3000 play, just for those asking in the comments, is to measure the performance of individual stocks versus the respective Russell index. Stocks which outperform the Russell index will be sold or have their portions of the Russell index reduced. Thanks, reversed. Will have their portion of the Russell index reduced, and if they have high institutional holdings, especially if those holdings are ETF funds, it means those stocks will receive temporary artificial selling pressure into which we can buy puts.
Does anybody have a play on Apple? I think layoffs are their last resort, Tim Cook has said.
901, that page requires me to subscribe as a member.
The play on Apple was to do the sympathy play on Microsoft at a much lower IV, so it was cheaper.
Yeah, but isn't the IV on Apple low right now compared to what was on Microsoft? Or no?
No, it was to the moon because their earnings hadn't reported yet. And now that they have, the IV is
Gotcha. Now it's low.
down. Yeah.
Hey Hardy, you said you were looking for the CSV of the Russell 3000?
Correct. Basically, I want to get all those tickers. I'll use the price of July 1, or as close to July 1 last year, to compare to the price now, so roughly those 10 months, and then see which ones outperform Russell, their respective Russell index.
So I found one, but it was the top companies ranked by market cap as of January 1st, 2023.
Yeah, I need them all.
I believe I found them.
Let me see if I can get it out of the filings.
Yeah, there's 60 pages here. I think I got it.
Cool.
Let me, because I'm on my phone on Discord, but I'm on my work laptop looking this up. So let me try something real quick. The site is disfold.com, stock index Russell 3000 companies. Let me, hold on a second.
You'd think it would show up on the FTSE Russell website, but it's so hard to find.
Hardy, for something like that, you think it'd be worth shooting an email to investor relations?
It's a methodology that's implemented by certain ETFs. I found a Google spreadsheet for the Russell 3000, but at least 2 of these companies listed are already bankrupt, so I suspect the spreadsheet's old.
Does anyone else think that today they're all pretty much all of them are green pre-market? Appreciate it, David Barnathan. All right, so time to get all these tickers, drop them into scanner, and see which ones outperform the Russell Index, because those are likely short candidates. Those that underperform the Russell Index will likely be dropped from the index, and therefore no point trying to trade them. I have a list of the Russell 2000 thanks to David Barnathan. I'm not 100% sure this is the complete list. Only because there are 1,800 tickers listed. I believe there are 1,903. As of 2023. So let me see if I can figure that one out. Let's see, 2020. I guess the easiest way to tell is to look up which tickers joined in 2022. All right, I found the full list. So, Simpsons, just to catch you up, the thesis behind the Russell is look for stocks within the Russell 2000 or the Russell 2000 or the Russell 3000, which outperformed the index. The reason why is we're approaching the rebalancing date, which is end of June. With that rebalancing, stocks which outperform the index will be sold off. So we're hoping that among the winners of the Russell indices, there's a stock that's owned largely by institutions. If a stock is highly owned by institutions, especially those that participate in the ETFs, when the rebalancing occurs, the stock price will drop because of that institutional selling. This is a chance for us to front run the institutions. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Did we already discuss job growth?
Yes. It was bigger than expected.
Yes.
That's what she never said.
Ugh, I wish someone would say that.
I don't know, Karki, mainly because I'm still having trouble getting the list of all stocks in each index. But last year, there was a ticker, Health Equity, that outperformed the index and had had a institutional ownership of, I think, 103%. So naturally, because it was going to leave the Russell 2000 index, puts. Does that make sense, Karki?
Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Cool.
Did anyone hear about the Republican AI generated ad? I'm wondering if that's something that's really monetizable for the AI companies, whether like the one they used or if there's any other applications that can be monetized for that.
Wait, so are you basically referring to bourbon?
Oh gosh.
Georgia, don't even get me started, bro. You don't want.
So we're saying bourbon's a Republican AI ad.
Drop.
It's monetizable, sure, but I don't know if it's profitable.
I mean, for me, it kind of begs the question that maybe not necessarily with political ad, but what if we get to the point where AI is able to completely create a movie, a good movie, and you have to ask yourself, like, whoever releases it, do they just have to pay like a flat rate for using the AI, or would the AI company be entitled to royalties? Makes me wonder.
It's going to be applied to the stock market first, though.
Good morning, everyone. I actually had the same thought with AI creating animated material. So I thought it was going to be animes before movies. Also, Bourbon, thank you for the call plays and convincing me on calls for Apple. So I did that last night on your request.
Yes, I'm glad you didn't go bearish. So we saved you from there. And congrats.
You did. You helped offset some of my losses in Intel. So.
Damn, I thought Intel did well.
Yeah, I was bearish Intel.
Oh, you shorted Intel. Jesus, I would have stopped you there too. Sorry, I couldn't stop you from both.
Nah, it's all right. You know, you win, you lose. You kind of, as long as I kind of break out even. I mean, I think that kind of helps.
There you go.
I think someone already came up with the AI movie script thing with the Osimo.
Yeah, and whoever came up with the Microsoft play, I dipped in on that too. The fact that Microsoft, I guess, trades in sympathy with Apple, that, what was it, a correlation of 0.95?
I thought that was Sleepy Nate or someone that brought that up.
Actually, I think it was Scald, actually, maybe. I could be wrong on that.
So, ARS 1009, hard to say with Carvana. They tend to have some friends in some really shady places that keep them from going too low.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Simple.
I was summoned here. Somebody asked about Airbnb stock. Like I told you the last time, don't bet on against Airbnb. I can see the fucking numbers in Europe. Don't bet against it. I told you that last time. People bought puts and got fucked. Be careful.
You don't think interest rates are gonna affect Airbnb though?
Still no. I work in a big, really big property management company. I mean, tens of thousands of real estates, tourism, and yeah, I can see the numbers. And every day I speak with people from the business, and yeah, there's no slowdown, at least not in Europe, which is a big part of their income.
Yeah, I feel like that seems to be like all the places is in Airbnb is Europe. But like, I agree with a lot of people. I hate the company, but as Simple has been saying, they're making a ton of money hand over fist.
Wait, I have to respond to this. He works at Expedia. Lol. No, I work with Expedia, not at Expedia. Simple is an Uber driver. No. I'm a businessman.
Simple. You don't load the baggage in the airplanes.
No, I don't. I'm a BA.
He's a member of the Croatian mafia, so that's why he dabbles in a lot of things, people.
Is Georgia here?
Yeah, Georgia's here.
Georgia, are you there?
Yeah, good. I stayed at a Airbnb in Miami.
No. Georgia, can I ask you a question?
Vice.
Were you there yesterday on Twitter Spaces?
What?
Were you there yesterday on Twitter Spaces?
No. But when I opened up my phone, Twitter was there, so now I'm beginning to freak out. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently you were talking shit.
Yeah, he was. He was pretending that wasn't him.
Oh, serious? Really?
Mm-hmm.
No, I wasn't on any kind of Twitter. No.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll move on.
No, I just.
Somebody wrote, dude, he doesn't know where he is now. That was fucking fun.
Wouldn't that be great if somebody impersonated Georgia in order to take down WallStreetBets?
That was fucking funny. That was nice. For people that keep mentioning Meta, to me, I sold Meta. And I'm fine with my 37% gain, so yeah, time to move on to some other things. Some new plays. I'm currently looking at some of the banking sector in the Europe and the US, but I'm still hesitant to pull the trigger. And I don't want to mention any fucking names because somebody's gonna say, "Hey, you told me to buy it." But yeah,
but
there are
PacWest
some.
just looks like such a good buy right now.
Which one? Can you say it again?
I think PacWest is the one that's saying, "Hey, we might have issues next."
That's the bad puts on them. I cashed my other put.
The ticker is PACW. They are currently up 35% in pre-market, trading at $44.27.
Nice.
Yeah, all the regionals are up for some reason. I don't know why. I got a list of like 10 regional banks, and they're all in the green pre-market. I don't know what's going on today.
Manipulation.
There's some really interesting companies reporting today. There's British Tobacco, which is a lot of people have been bullish on tobacco, right? Like there's been a lot of people saying that they're buying tobacco going into the recession. I'm curious to see how it plays out with the tobacco. Sorry,
Ticker
what?
symbol MO.
BTI.
Hey, simple. If you're so I guess bullish
Handsome.
on
Yes.
Airbnb
Yeah.
because of your profession, what do you think about REITs then? You see them going up?
I don't know anything about REIT. Sorry. I'm not bullish on Airbnb. In a how should I put it?
You just don't think it's going down?
Yeah. So I can talk about the numbers for booking because I just checked it. It was like half an hour ago. So our bookings are up by 27% since last year, which is a crazy amount. Everything is up. The sector is just like it keeps going up. The one sector that is slowing immensely in Europe is rent-a-cars. And it's not about that the demand is slowing, it's that rent-a-cars had to lower the prices because there's so many of them. So if we were earning €1 million per season or making a traffic, I don't know how to say traffic. No, it's not a traffic. It's a, oh my fucking God, how do you say that shit in English? It doesn't matter. So if we have €1 million of income from rent-a-cars, it's down by 40%. And we have the same bookings even higher than the last year. So the bookings are up like 10%, but the income is down by 40%.
So you're having more volume but less sales. Okay.
No. More volume, less. Yeah. When you say sales, you mean money. Yeah. Less money. Yeah. Less earnings. Yeah.
I guess less profit would have been the better way to say it. See, I can't speak English either.
Less profit. Yeah.
Mainly this affects, for example, tourism industry, like hotels, also like Booking.com, Priceline as well.
Like I told you, Booking.com is up for us 26%, right. And that's in tens of millions of euros. We're not talking 100Ks here.
Right.
It's fucking shocking, to be fair, to be honest. Like nobody saw this one coming. Yeah, it's down 40% annually. The expenses to rent a car in this part of the world. I'm just responding to the chat.
Simple. What are your thoughts on Carvana's recent pump?
I don't know anything about Carvana, so I really can't talk about it.
I don't think anybody saw it coming.
Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying, like, everybody's been shorting them, but I don't think anyone saw them having a comeback like that.
Yeah,
and, like,
rip.
I've been seeing people posting pictures of empty Carvana towers that are now getting filled with cars, so I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I was really hoping for the ghetto towers, but seems like they've recovered 43%.
There's just a lot of cars now. Just like with rent-a-cars, there's just a lot of them. So I would wait on buying a car. Maybe after the summer.
Maybe kids are coming home from college and they need to get a cheap car so that they can drive around for the summer.
Summer season usually the busiest season for car dealerships.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, if you're gonna buy a car, maybe wait after the summer.
No, but if you're gonna buy Carvana, you'd want to buy it before the summer.
Yeah, and I don't know shit about Carvana, sorry.
The actual best time to buy a car is at the end of the year because they're trying to make sure they don't have any inventory to get taxed on. So they're more willing to take like a small loss on the car rather than pay the taxes on it.
I can anecdotally confirm that because I got my car in 2017, a new Volkswagen GTI. It was like sticker price was probably around like 30K, and I got them down to 25. It was pretty good discount.
What was the car? What was the car? What did you say?
Volkswagen GTI. The Golf GTI.
Yeah, Golf GTI, no Volkswagen. Volkswagen is the fucking group. I'm like, what's a Volkswagen GTI?
You don't know what that is?
Of course I know. There's so many Golf GTIs around me. When you say Volkswagen GTI, it's like saying, it's a group.
It's
Golf
like
is
saying
the
Toyota
model.
car.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I have, yeah.
Golf
Over
GTI
here,
is not
it's, it's a car.
Things are a little different over here in the States too. Like you get a Honda Pilot or a Honda Civic, not like a, a little different over here.
Yeah, same. My car has 4 wheels.
No way.
Wait, are you talking about your wheelchair or your car?
My car, it has 4 wheels.
He's not actually.
How do you get? Is it wheelchair accessible?
Yeah, it's ADA compliant.
Man, you guys must be rich. You got cars.
Since we're talking about clowns, where's journalist? Did anybody saw him? How is his place?
We banned him.
Oh, you banned him.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was like a year ago.
So, but how are his plays?
Well, I think he has his own server.
Yeah, he has his own server. I was a member for a little while, but it was like I just needed to exit it.
Ryanair went up bigly and then came back down, and then went back up and then back down. So he's 1 for 6, I think. I haven't been keeping track of all his plays.
He was also in gold. Remember, in gold's up.
Yeah, when he came in with his alt angry investor, he was hyping gold like nonstop.
Yeah, it's fun. He got banned. He got IP banned on Reddit, and he got banned from here. Jesus Christ!
I got the latest day beats, guys.
I mean, sometimes no matter how good your plays are, if you're just insufferable as a person, you need to go.
I heard he's running a TED Talk with Tuesday Fly.
Gosh, that's a match made in hell.
I can only see them like arguing, like they just have like the opposite plays going.
Tuesday Fly's gonna be talking about all his little pumping up penny stocks, and Jared's like, "No, you listen to me, you stupid idiot."
That might actually be pretty entertaining.
Is Tuesday banned, or is still he still has access to come?
I think he's in a self-imposed exile.
I saw his name on the ban list though.
Well, I guess I retract my statement.
To be fair, you guys are
we should-
Nazis. You want to ban everybody. I don't want to ban anybody.
I think we should unban him just so that we could like get some more entertainment.
no.
But it's not.
You guys are Nazis. You want to ban everybody.
Whoa, Kanye. Whoa.
They say.
Part of the trouble with Tuesday Fly is he always bragged about his wins, never his losses. And he didn't really offer plays. Just, hey, I did this before and made money. Which is all good and well.
You guys should have
But,
listened to me.
bruh, people are here to make their own money.
Wait,
He
who
said,
is the Two Fly? Is that a guy that owns like a mobile shop or some shit?
He's the
Yeah.
guy
That-
in Yeah, he's
Yeah.
the guy in Virginia
Okay,
that
okay.
owns 3 cell phone stores off of Verizon.
And he does this as a hobby.
And he only makes $250,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's gross. So you
Only.
understand how thin his margins are.
Well, like he said, he doesn't need the money. That's only his play money.
And well, he was recommending stuff like he's like, "Hey, check out Genius Group. They just went up 2,000%." And then everyone's
mean
like, "So do you mean short them? Like, what are we gonna do with this?"
His 4 ticker stocks.
No, his strategy was to buy and sell the momentum and get in and out quickly. And the problem with that is it's very hard for a lot of other people to do the same thing. So it's very easy for him to say, yeah, I made money. Ah, you didn't do it right if you lost money. So
But didn't he like backhold AMC like $45,000-$50,000?
We don't talk about that though.
So the Play 23 move, just to give you some context on what I'll be working on over the weekend, is to go through the Russell indices, the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000, and see which individual tickers from July 2022 through to May 2023 outperformed their respective index. The reason why is the rebalancing will come in June. And with that rebalancing, outperforming stocks will be sold off. So we want to find a stock that outperformed the Russell index to which it belongs and is institutionally owned. Last year, there was a ticker, Health Equity, that was 103% institutionally owned, or whatever the number was, and was outperforming its Russell 2000 index, which meant it was going to go down because all the institutions that owned it would sell a proportionate amount to reflect the new balance in the Russell 2000 ETF. As a result, the price went down and the puts said yay. So we're trying to do the same thing.
Hey Hardy, do you not think that the debt ceiling issue, which that's due June 1st, right? Do you think that this would take place the last week of May?
It's the ETF. Yeah, maybe I sell you a special report, Kongshu. 350.
Did you say
350.
earlier you couldn't find the full holdings?
Correct. I have the 2000 as a PDF.
Because I know a couple other sources. I'll look real quick. Which ETF did you want?
Russell 1000, 2000, and 3000.
Okay.
So I have the 2000 as a PDF. I'm going to try to get that into a CSV. And then I need the 1 and 3. So I can then compare each to their respective index. Miserable Drink, thank you for doing that work. If you can just please include all tickers and then the performance relative to the index as well as the institutional ownership. That way we can figure out what threshold is an appropriate threshold to use. The easiest way to sort by outperformers is to take the price of the ticker at the first trading day in July and compare that to the price today. Do the same thing for the Russell index, the price in July versus the price today. Measure the percentage difference for each and then sort by the difference in percentage. So if Russell went up, let's see. So July 2022, Russell was 1700. It's pretty much right where it is now. So Russell had a 0% increase year over year. So it should be pretty easy to figure out which tickers within the Russell index beat the 0% gain that Russell has. Anyway, thank you, Stipper. As of May 2023.
Excellent. And free enterprise. That's a good. Oh, let's see. What do you mean big picture update 901? Stipper, you're awesome.
Can't believe this shit. I'm reading Warner Bros. Earnings. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Were they bad or ridiculously good?
The bad. And this was supposed to be like a. This was
supposed to be freaking like off the moon charts, right?
Yeah, but wait, let me.
Somebody already beat me to that.
I'm just reading through it, like, but this is just based on the subscriber additions and the loss. But where's the gaming sector of the game? Like, I can't believe that was like in the price.
I used to be married to a Time Warner executive. By the way, I just have to polish myself.
What?
Yeah, I was married to a vice president over there at Time Warner.
Oh, nice.
Was there anybody else in on the call side of Warner Brother Discovery that got fucking wrecked also? Or is it just me out here?
No, I'm definitely in the calls for 6-9.
No, but did you check the earnings?
You know, I was trying to get into some calls for Warner Brothers, but it's not going at the price that I wanted to, so they never went through.
Who got called? Who was it?
Thankfully, I wrote it on a Post-it note and stuck it to my desk, and then I forgot to buy the calls. So, just a happy accident. I missed out on the play.
That is a pretty investment strategy.
Who bought the calls?
I have calls, and it sounds like several other people do.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Calls
Did you
on
read
Post at 3M?
Did you read the earnings? So I don't need to go through them. How the fuck?
I haven't dug into them very deep yet. I haven't had a chance to.
You know, I'm on the floor training, like I'm doing like abs and shit. Like I don't want to get up on my computer. Like I don't get it. Where the fuck is the revenue from Harry Potter? Like that shouldn't be like they had like the budget for the movies and series, like from the subscribers and shit. This was like they didn't expect this revenue to come. How the fuck did they again lose money with the revenue they didn't expect in like billions from the game? That's what blows my mind. I want to see that shit.
Does it grind your gears, Simp?
It sounds like it grinds your gears, man.
I mean, he has a point,
Gears
though.
ground.
What the?
I thought Warner Bros. Did make a killing with the whole Harry Potter thing.
.3M is actually at a 52-week low right now.
No, who was that asking? 23 Moo, no in and out plays today. It's the weekend. The only time I really do active intraday trading is FOMC announcements and the occasional midday news event.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead. Are you gonna say something or not? Doesn't matter.
I was going to say that Paramount was released earnings yesterday that were lackluster, and so Time Warner coming out, Time Warner Discovery coming out with their earnings. It's bad for the stock and it'll go down, but it's also in sympathy, which is like, this is a
No, it isn't. The loss was bigger than they expected. It was a fucking loss. They gained subscribers. These retards don't know how to operate a company to earn money. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. But let's see what happens now that they're connected with Discovery.
They've had huge amount of problems in trying to get the market to realize how much money they have invested and what their assets are. And it's been ongoing. I mean, 20 years. It's 20 years now. Yeah, this same company used to own like Braves baseball. We have a stadium named after them down here in the South. It goes on and on and on. It's a great value investment play, but you're not going to make money on it. And Discovery, by the way, was a financial company. There's a company about the 10th the size of Time Warner. It was 1/10 of the size, and they financed the deal to buy Time Warner. So it's like your little brother just turned you into a slave. It's bizarre. They financed the deal now, and now they own them. It's bizarre.
Did you just say Trump?
Definitely heard Trump.
Yeah, well, Trump had nothing to do with it. I mean, it's just an ongoing market thing. Trump has nothing to do with it.
After the WBD earnings, I've changed my stance on the Williams.
What was that, Jefferson? You changed to what?
I've changed my perspective on Evan Williams whiskey.
Thank you.
Gotcha. 9:31, guys. Market's open.
What's your thoughts on Evan Williams now?
So if Warner Brothers sells off really hard today, we noticed that going through the earnings reports, regardless of whether they miss or beat, it's a pretty good idea to let the sell off kind of unwind. And then I've noticed that it's still run up into June. At least 6 of the last 7 earnings post a May miss or beat. So I'm still looking at 6/16 as a date where people will buy back into Warner Brothers, but I don't understand how they missed so bad. So maybe wait until next Monday to buy the calls, but I think out of the money in like the 1450 range for 6/9 or 6/16 is how you can play the rebound on WBD.
Bourbon. The take a look at the SPY.
Yeah, it went up 410.
If you consider some of the
My Carvana calls are 1,000% up. I am about to cash out on them fuckers.
1,000%.
Yeah.
What's the cost of that? What's the trade price when you originally got them?
So I picked them up yesterday right before close. I got them at 18 cents.
And now, $1.80.
Yeah, $1.88. I just hit sold, so made some money.
Well, congratulations, man.
Very nice. I'm going to keep an eye on PacWest. There's still I think they're going to pump and then possibly dump. So I think I'm going to load up on some more puts, like maybe some $4 puts. I just grabbed one this morning when it pumped up. So see if it keeps going up and maybe get some more puts on it. Ooh, they halted PacWest going up. It's at 4.5.
With all these sharp plays, I am shocked that the VIX is as low as it is.
Holy shit, AMC just took a big ass dive. Look at that shit. It went from $10 to $5.
Ouch.
Yeah. How bad are you in to the AMC? That's a substantial drop.
I had only one call that I picked up for a couple cents. So it doesn't really bug me that it just completely got expired, obliterated. So I'm all right. I made my money with Carvana. I'm happy for this weekend. Filet mignon tonight, boys.
Get me hungry for steak.
Carvana looked like it was halted.
Think Carvana is halted? Well, it does have a major pump.
Yeah, like Delorex said, it was halted on its way down, so I exited my position just in time.
Gotcha. Anybody thinking of picking up some bank puts with this with the pump today?
I am. I'm doubling up my position on these regional banks on puts.
Pacific West?
It's a fake pump, bro. I'm calling it.
Yeah, but one of them Pacific
Oh,
West or
I
Western
would tell you
Alliance?
I would tell you the specific banks I am playing right now. Give me 1 second.
I'm definitely got puts on Pac West and
The following banks that I'm playing that I have puts on, it's NYCB, HBAN, FITB, Key Bank. The ticker for that is just Key, KEY. And yeah, and I also have puts on Wall, WAL. I'm feeling
I
pretty
like
bearish.
Wall. Why Wall?
Why Wall? Isn't Wall and Pacific
Dude,
West
Wall's
the two that
Wall's
are-
been trading in sympathy with a bunch of shit. There has been no facts about Wall failing.
Did you look at the stock price today?
Oh yeah, no, I get that. I don't understand the reason why it's going down. I mean, like even they outperformed most of the regional banks in their recent ER.
Well, let me see.
Like if somebody's gonna come out unscathed out of this, like I feel that they're gonna trade with the rest of them because like everybody's fearful of regional banks. Wall is gonna be the one that's gonna come out of this alive in the end.
So a couple people asked that what date do I have those puts? I have a couple that are expiring on the 19th of this month and then June 16th to give me some extra time as well, just in case.
Now, Java, do you know how much they're exposed to long-term maturities for Wall?
I don't.
Because that
I'm
really
sorry.
depends, right?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I mean, just I had calls on Wall like way back during earnings, and I was happy with like the results. From what I had seen, they had pretty much played everything much safer than the rest of the regional banks did, and I think that's why they spiked so hard.
Well, Jefferson's hat said Wall has 93% debt to assets. Is that true?
I'd need to see that first. I mean, I didn't see anything about that, but
let me see that.
yeah, and then apparently there was some news about like it being like they were looking for like a sale or them to be sold, and I didn't see any corroboration of actual real news on that. Kind of like that bullshit thing with AMD and Microsoft.
Oh, well, I'll show you this chart about Western Alliance. I'll put it here.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's not looking good though. Here you go.
Pac West at 4.95 all to go. Puts are getting cheaper.
Yeah, damn, that is ugly.
Yeah, so that debt to equity ratio is the highest since 08, 07.
Yeah, but I mean, does this not go for the majority of the banks with the drastic
It's higher than the median.
interest increase?
Guys, my calls on Western Alliance are saved. I mean, I don't know what you guys are talking about. It's up bigly today. So, doesn't really matter. They don't expire for another few weeks. Maybe I'll sell a few today.
I was gonna say, are you dipping? Are you getting out now?
Did you get those? Did you get those calls yesterday?
No, I got them 2 days ago. So I got absolutely murdered yesterday. Just straight up shanked.
Yeah.
Like,
Because I saw the big drop yesterday.
2 days ago, I bought them and I was like, oh yeah, I think Wall's going to do a V-shaped recovery like last time. And I have like, and then it just kept dipping the next day. And I was like, oh, it went to zero.
So I salute you for
Ouch.
having diamond hands, baby. You see that?
Pretty diamond hands.
Yeah, man, diamond hands.
Y'all take notes on what diamond hands is.
Then, you know.
Scald, are you short-term bullish or long-term? If you're long-term, why not just pick up some shares?
This is my all-time favorite.
Yeah, I'm not long-term bullish on any regional bank right now.
Gotcha. Okay.
Carvana's dropping now like a fly.
I'll be right back, boys.
I mean, yeah, Carvana is dropping, but it had a major gap up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Carvana was fucking insane.
But who knows, maybe by the end of the day today,
Now,
that
if
thing's gonna
Carvana
drop.
can hit $5 by the end of the day today, that'd be great.
Yeah, anyone in puts?
$5. I don't know. It's a long shot by today. Jefferson's hat. You have positions on Carvana?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm short shares.
Gotcha. Oh, short shares. Okay.
Well, I mean, they make Wall's debt to assets actually look good.
Wall's debt to assets is not good, but I understand.
Yeah, no, he was saying they make them look good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, got it.
Carvana's is like probably, haven't looked based on their last earnings what it is, but quarter before that it was 112%.
Wall Street Regard says, "Bro, are you guys watching Apple?" Yeah, I was watching Apple. And I'm a little disappointed in the correlation between Apple and Microsoft. I mean, they are definitely not moving together. I was expecting something a little bit better.
Java, was I right about not only Apple, but SPY following Apple and Apple, so forth and so forth? Charts are almost identical, bro. We should have just done SPY calls at this point.
Yeah, I actually literally just sold my calls on Apple.
Apple, yeah, they're pretty confident when Tim Cook said their layoffs are a last resort.
Yeah, and
When
I
you have
appreciate
Microsoft
that, man.
laying off people.
Yeah, and Google, did you see that news with Google? The fucking CEO took a pay rise, and didn't he just do like a whole bunch of layoffs too?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, fuck that. Puts on Google. It was Sleepy Nate that did the Sleepy Nate. Yeah, I actually bought that Microsoft calls sympathy with Apple. I'm even right now, but oh, hold on. I mean, I played them at least far enough ahead to be able to not get burnt today.
The ticker under SDGR, I had $25 puts and they are up 296%. They had earnings last night. And I also got a call just in case, things went sideways, and pretty good. Someone had mentioned it earlier yesterday. I don't know their name, but they had brought it up. They didn't know anything about the company other than it was a pharmaceutical company.
Looks like that might have been the top for Apple.
I don't know. Apple's pretty hard to kill. Apple's very hard to kill, actually.
Oh, I'm not saying. I was just saying if anybody was making a short play, that it looks like that might be the. Yeah, Slut Spoiler said that they've been struggling at this price for years. Yeah, that actually, that's a really good thought right there. I zoomed out and I took a look. You're right. It like keeps hitting like that 175-ish area and pulling back. Now might actually be the time for puts. All right, so I actually just picked up some Apple puts, 175 strike price, November 17th. It would need to come down to about 162 in order for me to be even.
You said November? Pretty good.
November 17th. Yeah, yeah. I thought those prices were excellent. The price of the puts was down 24%, and I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna take that. I was looking at the track
Pretty good. Yeah.
for the month, and I was like, you know what? 162 pullback. I go, that's more than reasonable, especially like if it spikes and pulls back just a little bit. And I mean, that's not even including like any recession or anything like that.
Yeah, I think Apple's more like to see any price action on the downside is more of a slow moving train. So I think November would be good. Farther would be better, but you know, November's great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of shit that's going to happen between now and November. So
Yeah, but it's hard. It's a lot of things that's gonna happen to other I would say companies in the same entity like Microsoft, and other companies that are more volatile. But Apple's just hard to kill. Is what I'm saying.
no. I agree with you. Like I said, I bought this not necessarily on the it's going to kill Apple. Like I looked at like a reasonable pullback within, I think it was last
understand.
30 days.
Gotcha. Cool.
Anyone got plays for right now? Just curious. I'm trying to lose money.
I'm just watching Pac West. It went 4.5. Now it's going back down a little, but it's still green. So I'm going to try to load up on more puts if it goes higher. I grabbed a couple zeros. Try to get as well, just in case, even though I'm not sure if they'll survive the weekend.
Yeah, Wall also. I would probably look into puts. That's just definitely going to continue down.
Yeah,
It's
April
very-
26th was the last day that it traded at 162. So with this recent spike, I mean, I could see that pulling back easy.
It's very weird that almost every single was green, and they're all pumped a little, which is odd. But yeah, it's just basically it's on the regionals. I'm the pick from, and I got NYCB, New York Community Bank, but those are still green. They've been green for a few days. Pac West, and then I am looking at, let's see, still got some Chegg calls and puts, Pac West, TSM, FHN. I picked up some puts for FHN, but those are in the red right now. That's pretty much it.
I keep adjusting Paramount downwards. I got a stop limit loss order on Paramount, so I'm just shorting the shares and just going lower. If you want a McDonald's hamburger, there you go.
I think it's like a bear trap or regional.
Looking at Wall June 16th, puts 15 strike.
How much are those going for?
$3.85 right now. $3.85.
Nice. Yeah, I got the $4 puts on Pac West for.
That's correct. No one is talking. If anyone wants to have a conversation or join the stage, just let us know. I invited you, but I didn't see your hand raised, so I would have just added you. Opinion, I'm assuming you're not listening? Okay. Easy, gentlemen.
Yo, what's going on?
How are you? Just chilling.
My mic was fucking up earlier. I was trying to talk, but nobody could hear me.
Yeah, and just a reminder, if you ping me in the chat, I'll be able to, if you're asking this, because otherwise I don't get notifications.
Yeah, no worries.
I've been slowly dipping into Bitcoin lately. You're
Did
the
you
one
listen?
that's big on. What's that?
Did you listen to the Coinbase call at all?
No, I haven't. You have a summary?
Basically, Armstrong, CEO, thinks that the way that they can transition is to go from basically having 20% of their revenue come from international business, and they want to expand basically their market share by onboarding people to the exchange, and their goal is to have eventually 1 billion people have access to Coinbase. But they don't make as much money off of their trading volume as they used to, and they said it's because the volatility in the market is at historical lows, and generally speaking, they make more money when volatility is high, because their retail margins are primarily like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then USDC interest margin. And then all the shit coins that people trade during volatile times is really where they make the trading margin. So now that they risk losing all the shit coins because they'll be labeled as securities by the SEC, pretty much need to figure out a pivot to generate revenue. So they're looking at onboarding institutional level clients, basically being custodians. And then they launched a derivative exchange through their international segment, which I think is licensed in Bermuda. So like all this stuff that people are swapping on Binance and BitMEX, like the Pepe coin that blew up recently, Coinbase is going to start allowing people to swap and trade on leverage with those like shit coins. So on one hand, it's like, okay, trading volume's down, making relative to what you should be making way less, because of the fact that people that would normally be swapping on your exchange are using Binance, Kraken, all these other offshore decentralized exchanges, because of the fact that there's so much scrutiny on Coinbase right now. So the more heat the SEC puts on them, the more customers are likely to avoid being scrutinized by SEC and anti-money laundering laws of the United States. So we'll see.
Do you think this is going to be long-term bullish for them, or is it still up in the air?
I mean, Armstrong said that they're breaking lease agreements and provisioning more money short-term for higher legal expenses, which to me signals that they're going to be moving at least temporarily to international offices. And I think he kind of hinted that Hong Kong is ahead of the United States, and that the UK is ahead of the United States. So the way he spun it was like, you know, we started here, we 100% want to remain here, but I feel like the legal challenges are preventing us expanding, and can't really offer the same list of products because the SEC is telling them that half the stuff that's trading on Coinbase shouldn't be. So they have that Wells notice that they have to respond to. They have a lawsuit coming. So I think he was basically reassuring, the crypto bros that he's thinking long term. But what I see is a bunch of bullshit. Like, if you look at the actual trading volume, you say, oh, trading volume remained flat. But the trading volume is literally the exact same amount since last quarter. So how do you manufacture the exact like fucking single digit of trading volume? And how do you say like, oh, this is a down market and Bitcoin has rallied? How do you say like, oh, our goal is to teach people about crypto's importance? Like, bro, Bitcoin's been around for 14 years now. So like all the shit he says is bullshit to me. Like, Coinbase can't invent anything because any token they come up with is going to be treated as a security. So the only thing they can do is list shit that other people create. And like any product that they offer could be created by a smaller team. Like, so he was basically saying that Coinbase is going to be a technology company, not a trading platform. I think that's just to justify.
Are they going to?
Go ahead.
Like, do you think these regulations are going to prevent them from being a major player in the crypto arena?
If the US regulates, they can be a major player in crypto by moving offshore.
I see. Okay.
Like, my thing is more so like Coinbase as a entity is fine, but the actual stock symbol coin is at risk of being delisted because of the shit they're doing. And that's what people fail to understand. It's like, it's one thing to be like, oh, we're gonna expand our international footprint. Like, only make 20% of the revenue from international, so they want to expand there. That makes sense. Like, they want to be in China, want to be in India. Like, they want to be where there's a fuckload of people that need a way to not only pay themselves and transact peer-to-peer without like government intervention, but they also know like literally the amount of volume that is needed to sustain this business needs to go up. So I just think that they're playing like a fucking dangerous game with the SEC, and they're gonna end up getting delisted from the stock exchange.
Yeah, so with that, like anyone that prefers to buy like stuff like shit coins, like where are they going for that kind of stuff?
I mean, they're still using Coinbase. That's the thing. Coinbase has all the shit coins. They're also using Binance, Kraken, Uniswap. I mean, Coinbase itself like allows like 75 different decentralized exchanges to interact with its wallets. So like you can pass through a bunch of exchanges and have your shit land in your Coinbase app or your Coinbase wallet. So it's not like they don't list them. It's the fact that they comprise like a significant portion of their balance sheet, and they're like just like meme coins. They're not really like assets per se. You know what I'm saying? So kind of have a balance sheet that looks like a bank where they're generating revenue off of an interest margin by letting people say like, hey, put your US dollars here and we'll give you 2% interest rate, while they go out and make 5.5% on trading margins. So I don't know, man. I think overall the company's fucked on the stock exchange.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to $35 or lower. I just think that because of the legal bullshit that they're pulling, it could be in court for the next year. So see what happens.
Yeah. So I'm like, I basically been using Coinbase to just hold Bitcoin and Ethereum, and then I have all my stocks on Fidelity, and they recently added crypto, just Bitcoin and Ethereum as well. So I'm holding a little bit there, even though you can't really transport it out. They're just a custodian, but they have a 44 million user base that's now exposed to crypto that never has been before, and there's tons of boomers on that platform. So I see that as a bullish thing for crypto in general as that rolls out to more people. Do you have any reservations about like holding on a platform like that?
Yeah, I think that you should never hold your Bitcoin on a centralized exchange because the exchange controls the keys to the wallet, and I think that anything over what you're comfortable losing in a single trade should never stay on an exchange for more than a week. Just my personal opinion.
So like if I'm just using that particular account for trading Bitcoin and then Coinbase for my like buy and hold, I think that makes the most sense.
If you're using Coinbase wallet to hold your Bitcoin and you have the key, you have the keys for that. But if you're using the Coinbase app, which a lot of boomers do, they're like, oh yeah, I have Bitcoin, and they'll check their balance on like a website. Like boomers have their Bitcoin just sitting on that exchange. That's the real risk. Is like it's hard to like in 2012, I think. I remember talking to some boomers about Bitcoin, and they were like, okay, like kind of get it. I think around then it was at like 20,000. I can't remember, but point being that like they bought and just left it on Coinbase that whole time. So it's like the real key was to like buy Bitcoin and move it to a wallet that you control. Now Coinbase thinks like, oh, custodians of all this crypto, like that's why we're valuable. It's like, no, like people just don't understand that you're actually a liability to the ecosystem. So if the SEC sues them, says you have to delist because you're selling like securities and you're not a brokerage, and we're gonna have to re-educate a bunch of people like why it's hella dumb to put shit on a centralized exchange in the first place. Like everything's safe until you realize like, oh, SPF is actually running my exchange.
Yeah, and I learned that a little while ago, and I know I see people in the chat with not your keys, not your coins, and I definitely understand the difference between that, but I don't consider myself a crypto expert by any means, but I hope keeping it in the Coinbase wallet is at least a good start.
Yeah, like because the Coinbase wallet, if you have a passphrase for it, then at least you know that like only you have that passphrase. The one thing that you got to worry about is that with a wallet like that, you can access it from a desktop, and there are a lot of scams that will be able to drain those types of wallets. They found one recently where there was a bunch of addresses that were like legacy addresses that were slowly having funds drained from them. So then all these like old Bitcoin wallets that hadn't moved funds for like 10 years started creating new wallet addresses just in case. So sometimes you'll see stuff like that where just out of safety precaution, people will move a shitload of their Bitcoin from one wallet to another just to avoid it being compromised. But think about it like this: like if you put your life savings into Bitcoin and created a passphrase, you could give those 12 words to 11 different people, and then just be like, all right, I know the exact order. They have the passphrases. Like it's one of the most secure ways to store wealth and value. The issue is that not a lot of people understand you should only be transacting peer to peer. So that's like the next step, I guess, is like to get us to be able to say like, oh bro, can I buy a joint or whatever, and just like, slide the homie like, $20 worth of Bitcoin real quick, whatever. Because that's what it used to be. It was like, go hang out with some homies, you play poker or whatever, buy some weed. They're like, hey, I'm gonna do some acid this weekend. Can I buy some? Slide the homie a little Bitcoin. Go have a fun weekend. Then Armstrong turned it into like, oh, we need to get institutional investments and need to be the custodian of record and like teach everyone about crypto's power. It's like, bro, if you don't know about Bitcoin by now, it's because you were probably a fucking child when it was invented.
Yeah, I knew about it and I wasn't afraid of buying it at the time when it first came out, but I'm pretty much only buying stocks, and the I just didn't know where to get it from. So like I think that was an issue for a lot of people I was talking to. Like, it was just difficult to acquire. Oh, and you were talking not too long ago about the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. Is there any momentum on that?
They're still in court, and so I think that the good thing is that Coinbase getting sued is basically saying, from the SEC standpoint, that crypto could be treated as a security, right? And Grayscale Bitcoin Trust wants to be an ETF, so they want money to flow in and out and not be kind of like locked up. So like right now you can trade whole shares in GBTC, but like in a liquid ETF like XLF, you can do fractional shares, right? So if they can at least have the SEC say, like, you know, Bitcoin and Ethereum are commodities, everything else is a security, it could like set legal precedent for their case, but there hasn't been any update since then I've seen. It's still trading at a discount to the actual spot price.
Yeah.
So if you're
that's
bullish
something
Bitcoin, it's
I
a
like.
better discount.
Yeah, it's funny. So I'm just trading very little actual Bitcoin on Fidelity right now, but I've been buying stuff like Grayscale and BITO, but it sounds like BITO is just more a trading instrument, but Grayscale is good for holding.
A Grayscale is good for holding, and then BITI is good for hedging. So like
Oh, that's right. Sorry,
yeah.
I said
So
that's the short
BITO is
one, right?
similar to, yeah. BITO is long, BITI is short, yeah. The discount to net asset value is 36% for Grayscale Bitcoin Trust, which is a little high for me. I would prefer it to be like in the 40s, like mid 40s, but I would pretty much hold it right now. But I'll post the real quick.
So that negative 36%, is that the average, or oh, that's the current one?
So you can see, like, relative to what the discount was, it's catching up. So it's
Oh,
not
right, I
trading
see what
as
you're
high
saying.
of a discount. But you know, if you go back to,
That's still pretty big.
yeah, like, granted, there were people getting, you know, a 50% discount at one point, but I think anything better than 35 is fine, but I would prefer something in the 40s. And usually what you can do is look at, like, on TradingView, you can use EBTC versus Bitcoin, just divide by it, and then you can pretty much look at this and see, okay, like, here are the markers where there was a 45% discount. Then you can say, okay, what's the better hold? Is it GBTC at a 36% discount, or is it Bitcoin directly? And so for me, pretty much anything above 30, start running the risk of like, okay, it's a discount, but can't actually like tell the trust, hey, sell Bitcoin so that I can like buy it from the trust. You can't redeem it yet, and that's the issue. It's that if you're buying it at a
Will you ever
discount,
be
you
able
want to
to?
be, yeah, exactly. You will be able to if trust changes the current structure. So right now there's like only certain entities that can actually like create shares and redeem it for like actual Bitcoin. And that's one of the things that people are litigating about. It's like they're arguing that these guys are just basically acquiring shares for themselves and acquiring massive positions in Bitcoin, but none of the people that actually own the stock are ever going to be able to receive this Bitcoin that the trust holds at a discount. So that's kind of the trade-off. Is like, yeah, it's at discount to Bitcoin, but maybe you don't forget the Bitcoin at all.
Yeah, so I know the difference with like ETFs is that they can create shares or like as needed, like when the demand increases. Does that have anything to do with it?
Well, the way I look at it is like this trust has certain rules relative to how it trades. So like one rule is like you can only buy a whole share, you can't buy a fractional share, right? And then I think in terms of like redeeming shares for Bitcoin at the spot price, the legal structure isn't set up to do that yet. There's like, if you own an ETF, you expect some sort of dividend. If you own this, like, you're not really getting a distribution of Bitcoin. So I don't know, man. There's like a whole bunch of legal shit that they're dealing with right now in court that I need to catch up on. Thank you for reminding me, by the way.
No problem. I love hearing about it because I'm pretty new to that space. But I've been trading like ETFs like forever, so it's pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, like Slut Spoiler said down in the comments, Brian Armstrong, he wants 1 billion customers. So that would represent about 12.7% of the world's population using Coinbase. You know, it's a lofty goal for sure, but you could see like countries that are developing benefit from Coinbase onboarding them to crypto wallets and crypto staking, like pension funds. I think the mismanagement of the SEC and just our current economic conditions, like we don't even trust our own banks, and it's hard to trust like corporate entities that control crypto after the FTX collapse. So I think we're still kind of in this really weird middle ground where people don't trust anyone, only themselves. So
Sorry, I was away for a second. Slut, do you want to come on stage yet, or are you still busy? What about you, Luce? Seem like you want to talk.
I agree that a new CEO would be great, and I think that he's right about how much they're being diluted. If you look at like how much stock he has sold since the company started. I think he's in the neighborhood of $2 billion worth of equity sold. So he's still like, he's exited in that sense. Like, he's good. He doesn't need Coinbase to succeed to be able to like live a comfortable life. The other thing that pisses me off is that their balance sheet shows that the amount of crypto assets on their exchange doesn't match the cash that their customers could potentially like leave the exchange with if they just settled everything at its current market price. And I started digging into Coinbase's Web3 product. Coinbase has about $400,000 just chilling on chain that it's not reporting in its balance sheet. That's connected to a token that's supposed to be collateralized US dollars. And like, that account balance is just growing every day. So literally, like, there's like 402,000 US dollars that like I can see that Coinbase is not reporting, and that's just one swap. It's USDT to Matic. Let me actually I'll post the wallet address, fuck it, because it's a blockchain. So that's one of the things that like people don't pay attention to, is like, think about it like this. If you buy $100,000 of Bitcoin, you can swap that $100,000 Bitcoin value to USDT tether, and it pegs 1-to-1 with the dollar, right? If you try and swap that tether and send it to the wrong chain, it's still on Coinbase, but because they're a centralized exchange, they control the private keys. So they will not give you access to anything that gets like stuck in the wrong state. But there are ways that if you have the private keys, you could create a transaction that would spend what's like quote unquote on the wrong chain, and their customer support team refuses to do anything about it. I know there's like multiple other people that have like tried to come at customer support for doing this shit, and I think honestly what it is like on the back end they're trading against some of these balances, and that's how they're managing trading volume, is they're basically wash trading on the back end and then not showing balance of these assets that they control. So let me see, here's the wallet. Sorry, I'm going through like old Twitter threads. So the image I just posted in the chat is a wallet on the Polygon network. It's a POS Tether USDT. Basically, this is a wallet that is acquiring USDT that is from failed swaps on Coinbase. Basically, Coinbase has a contract where you're supposed to be able to swap your Polygon token Matic, the USDT Tether, and be able to basically redeem it 1-to-1 for dollars. So this is sitting on chain, but you can actually redeem it from Coinbase.
Stylix. Good morning, GM. What happened to the GM channel? Damn, JP Morgan. We were talking crypto because no one else wanted to speak, and I was being taught many
I was
things about
basically
Coinbase.
showing, yeah, I was showing Rylar that Coinbase is hiding like $400,000 in a wallet. Or basically, there's a contract that they have where there's a failed swap on Coinbase, and it sends this token that's supposed to be redeemable 1-to-1 with the US dollar to this wallet that customers can't access their funds. And like this balance keeps growing every day, and it's at like $402,000 right now. And so like Armstrong, when he got on the call yesterday, was talking all this bullshit about like, oh yeah, we're gonna onboard 1 billion customers, we're so transparent. And, like, I've been going back and forth with the customer support team to try and get funds out of this fucking wallet, because on their app they have a decentralized exchange that fails. So like literally on chain you can see, and I just posted the link, like tokens that they have, like how much it's worth, when it was swapped. So I think it's full of bullshit, and if that company fails. But objectively speaking, I don't think that it will, because they'll probably just be able to litigate this thing for a year or two. It's more of like a, let's see, I want to see what the $35 puts are looking like.
Alex, you're being requested to use your voice. You fall asleep? Playing too much Call of Duty? That's cool.
Trump.
Get out here, Trump.
Oh my God, Trump. Who's got a play for me, bro? I'm trying to make the pain go away by losing more money.
I got one for you. Hold on just a second. Let me see what the updated price is.
All right, give it to me hard.
All right, WBD 6914.5C. Just trying to find the updated price. Oh, it went up a little bit. Yeah, basically looking at the BBD, anything below 16, above 12.5 for 6.9, I think is good. I think the sell-off, a lot of people were expecting them to like blow things out of the water with the Harry Potter video game, but they missed, and so I think there is a sell-off today, but it's oversold relative to how well it usually rebounds in June, regardless of how well the May earnings call goes. And posted a chart early. I'll try and find it, but basically, like, of the last like 7 earnings calls that happened in May, there was a rebound in June, regardless of whether they beat or missed. So the price increased by the second week of June. The only time that didn't happen was there was a massive run up and then sell off going into June. So like people were taking gains out of going. Since Luce is here, I'm curious, why did Warner Brother miss so bad?
They missed because they suck dick, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we've all been there. We've all been to Wendy's.
The 4 for 4. I'm trying to do some evil shit today. Who's down?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Playing any golf today, bro? Bourbon. You playing any golf today, bro?
Hmm? Georgia, you here? I got a question. Georgia.
What's going on, guys? Hey, the gentleman, man, I really appreciate all of the analysis that you've been doing on Coinbase. Really just great stuff. I entered into puts yesterday based on what you said, and you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, just let me know your wallet address and I'll send you some Pepe coin. Don't worry.
I accept Pepe coin. Actually, I tried to set that shit up earlier today, but I couldn't figure it out. I don't know, my phone's getting old or something. But I wanted to raise a little hell and talk about some GameStop and where we're at on that situation. And yeah, let's fucking go. So as we all know, Credit Suisse got bailed out or bought up by UBS, who had help from the Swiss National Bank and the Swiss government. And UBS has claimed that there is a certain portfolio of Credit Suisse's that was very adverse to their typical type of investment strategy, and they want to get rid of it. And it has to do with swaps, bullet swaps, equity swaps, or something like that. Swaps, and of a certain company that has had loyal retail holding for the last year or whatever. Everybody knows what he's fucking talking. Everybody knows what he's talking about. Anyways, so now what they've done is they've peeled off that portfolio and they're looking to sell it because they can't even close this shit out with the $40 billion of help from the Swiss National Bank and all the reserves that they already had cash on hand, and they even had some help from the Federal Reserve, if memory serves. I couldn't find the article, but I was just kind of skimming last night. But they've gotten a whole bunch of cash to take over these toxic assets. And I know that there's 217 million shares of GameStop in there that are shorted that need to be closed out. So, anyways, so they're looking. So they've peeled it off and they're looking to sell it. So the entertainment, the greatest show on earth, keeps on going. Other than that, FLNG has hit resistance and it's bouncing back up. There's some rumors and murmurs about war escalating. There's diplomats fighting between Russia and Ukraine. I think that war is going to escalate, and natural gas and oil might be hitting their bottom and starting to bounce back up as tensions escalate. Basically, there's a drone strike that nobody's taking credit for. So there's that. Berkshire Hathaway reports today. I know nobody cares because nobody's got a position in it, but it's always good to look at how much the success rate of Warren Buffett, and I believe that he's going to absolutely blow it out of the water. He made all the right moves this quarter, or last quarter. So looking forward to that. And I know I'm pissing people off in the chat, but I'm not reading it. Yeah. UAN reported, and they did great. They did fantastic. They seem to have missed the flack of Carl Icahn, so that's interesting. It's really interesting. They also announced a 10% dividend that I don't think that anybody's privy to. It's like the insider dividend, which is basically how Carl Icahn's been making his money. He is funneling the money out through special dividends. The stock right now is trading at $99.99, and they announced a $10.43 cash distribution. So that's pretty fucking good. Their earnings per share were $9.64. I don't know how accurate that really is, but yeah, this is a part of my nitrogen fertilizer play, and they have good outlook, saying that it'll take at least 2 years to replenish the grain because of the drought that happened last year in America, and so I expect it to go up and up and up as the cost to make it is cheap because natural gas is so low. I even sent a letter out to CVI asking about their business, wondering if they were going to be if they were negatively affected by the low gas spot price. And they informed me that natural gas is a cost to them, so this is a benefit. So it's beneficial. Now this has gotten interesting because in the report of the Hindenburg report, they stated that fertilizer prices were low, and they said that because the prices were low, they assumed that the demand was low. But that's not the case. The truth is that the cost to make fertilizer is low, so they can lower the price and maintain the same margins. So Hindenburg is wrong, and they can go fuck themselves, and they're going to get beat out by Carl Icahn, just like he beat the sweat off of Bill Ackman. So, yeah.
Do you think UAN is going to survive?
UAN?
Think they'll survive a sell-off if Icon gets margin called?
Yeah, totally. Dude, like,
what's his position in UAN? Like, if he completely dumps out of UAN, do you think it's going to be an issue?
So okay, so boy, let me. There was an awesome. There's actually a chart in the Hindenburg report that kind of is like a flow chart of Icon's business, and you can like UAN is the fertilizer side of CVI, which is a petroleum and fertilizer company. Carl Icahn owns a significant portion of that. I don't think he'd sell it off, dude. You gotta okay. Give me a minute, and I'll try and bring up some numbers, and they're not in trouble at all. Like they are not. I'm not worried about them at all. Hold on, I'll get it.
While he's doing that, I might be coming into some money in a couple months. Just talking to my dad, he is going to spend $20,000 on an excavator, and when my mom kills him, since she won't be eligible for the life insurance money, I'll be one of the beneficiaries.
Retirement is the best investment you can make. I mean, inheritance is the best investment you can make.
Good times. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. My dad's like, shoot, if she gets that upset, she can just use it to bury me. The downside is I'm pretty sure once I got the money in that, I wouldn't have a whole lot to be able to do with it because, having to split it with my sister 50-50, and then the fact that I kind of like the house that I live in with my parents, and therefore I would have to pay off the mortgage and the second mortgage that they have in order to be able to keep the house. I'd probably lose my half just in that.
Yeah, so sales were up at 226.3 million, up from 222.9 million in the year before. So sales are up about 3.5 million, and then the fertilizer price was down 8%. However, it was cheaper to produce, so sales increased. Their earnings per share came in at $9.64, up from $8.78 in the same quarter of 2022. So it's going up, and they're not done. Let's talk about the dividend. Yeah. So, anyways, I think they're going to be fine. I think that Hindenburg report makes some excellent points on some more of Carl Icahn's more in the spotlight plays. Not so much, although they did cover CVI a little bit. But like I said, I think their analysis is wrong. They're talking about the aggregate demand of fertilizer going down, and that is not. I'm not going to argue that, but what I am going to argue is that the supply chain shift to American nitrogen-based fertilizers is what the play is, and I'm not wrong about that. So, moving on. Ape and AMC. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I was expecting. I knew that Ape was going to pop in the early morning because, like I told you yesterday, like. Adam Aaron was going to try and every time that Adam Aaron talks or whatever about Ape, it's always about how he's working towards reverse merging the ticker of Ape into AMC, and they'll eventually meet somewhere below the middle so that he can get his voting rights back.
So when Mullen did their freaking reverse stock split, which screwed me over. So I had 400 shares and now I have 16. And I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with the covered calls I sold on it because they haven't changed the strike price on the contract from what I see. So I don't know what happens with those contracts.
Do you understand the difference between the Ape merger and a reverse stock split?
Yes. So I was talking about something different. So I have Mullen, and they did a reverse stock split, and I went from 400 shares to 16. And so I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen with these covered calls that I sold with 50-cent strike prices.
Well, they should. The strike price should adjust on the options. Like it shouldn't have a significant effect on like the total value. They do that reverse stock split so they can stay above $1 and still be listed on the exchange. Like, did your strike price not move?
It still shows 50 cent, but I think the expiration date changed drastically.
What?
Yeah,
That's
so,
crazy.
Yeah, I really am. I'm kind of lost on because there's way too many numbers on this. Because now it shows 12:30, 5:26, and I'm like, okay, what the heck? Or is it? So it used to be May, because I think it was like May 5th, or no, May 26th on one, and then May 12th on the other. But now there's a 1 in front of it, so I'm kind of confused.
Well, that's not typically how it happens. I don't know who you need to complain to though, but I would complain to somebody.
I might actually have to call Fidelity and say, "Hey, what's going on here?"
Yeah, I would definitely do that. But with like the Ape and the AMC thing, it's like the Ape shares are I wouldn't say guaranteed, but I would say Ape is going to go up and AMC is going to come down, and that's just the way that it is.
Well, because I know when they were getting close to the vote, they were almost trading at even because AMC was going down and Ape was going up, and then something happened and like it just went all nuts.
Yeah, then a court case stopped the reverse
Oh yeah,
merger.
some pension
And
fund
so-
in Delaware was suing over that. Yeah.
It's a delay. They've delayed it, which is annoying because I'd rather just have the stock come together and then we can all just go home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got a little bit of stuff on Disney. I think I've been talking about this for a while, but there's a rumor that Jon Favreau is out of Disney. He's fulfilled his contractual obligations of a third season of The Mandalorian, which is their best show on Disney Plus. Disney is downsizing, which is not bullish, even though they're saying like layoffs. You'll notice the stock price hasn't moved, and that's because they're going to reduce the amount of content that they make, going for quality over quantity. And currently, their Indiana Jones project is underwater to the tune of like a few $1 million over budget. So, and also the pre-screenings are showing that it's not good. So I'm going to watch for the first weekend opening of the movie. See when it releases. But it's coming. So Disney's coming to a point where they are hinging on the success of Indiana Jones. And even now their parks are even getting hit because of this fucking lawsuit that they stupidly got into, which is I need to look
you
more
mean the
into.
one where they're suing the state of Florida?
Yeah, they're suing the state of Florida for being targeted, which is not a case that you can win easily, but it is draining to their resources and money. And from what I see on the surface, I haven't dug too deep into it, but what I see on the surface is basically it's more of this leftist leaning politics that Disney really has no business being in. They should just be making movies and staying out.
You hit the nail, dude. You hit the nail right on the head. Like all of those things combined.
That sounds like Disney responding more to the complaints of their employees and their shareholders, because they had a lot of their employees saying, "You should say something about this because we're all gay."
Well, yeah, exactly, and their not so hidden agenda is affecting their bottom line greatly, and it's actually physically hard for me to get into. It physically hurts my body to get into the lawsuit nitty gritty because it is so immature and just wrong decisions from a making money standpoint, and I'm just like, why are they doing this? Like, don't they understand that they're a fucking park, not the Vatican, and what they need to do is just focus on increasing their creative department and making it profitable. And their parks, they're like riding off of their parks and their cruise lines right now. And for a while there, it was holding steady just because of the parks and just because of the parks and the cruises. And the speculative part of Disney's stock right now is their streaming content, their Hulu Plus, their ESPN, or their Hulu, their ESPN Plus, and their Disney Plus streaming services, and therefore their content. And now you've got Dave Filoni leaving Star Wars, Jon Favreau leaving Star Wars. You have all these projects that are being advertised but not greenlit. You have Indiana Jones, which is going down, and then they focus on these trivial matters. And it's just like, dude, I want to, and it pisses me off because I've said this so many times. I want to invest in Disney, but I just see them screwing up so bad because that stock price is so it's juicy, it's tasty, it's like a total buy. If you didn't know all of the bullshit that's going on in the background right now.
I've been a long time Disney holder, and I sold all my positions. I got out of it. Once they started pushing gay dinosaurs on little kids and that kind of stuff, it's just
So
ridiculous.
it looks like the gentleman sent in the legal briefing for AMC. Talked about that lawsuit.
That's the pause on the Ape and AMC merger.
I believe so.
Yeah, I thanks, man. I will try and get into that. I'll bookmark it. You sold all your shares, Juno? Yeah, dude. I saw that dinosaur thing, and and then you have Warner Brothers, and you have Paramount, and you have Universal. And they are all learning from Disney's mistakes right now. They're all like, as a matter of fact, like the Super Mario Brothers movie was literally. There's a rumor out there that they were literally told specifically not to have any agenda or allude to any kind of unconventional sexualities or whatever, and the movie is grossing over $1 billion now.
I mean, they're doing it to little kids who, like, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old. They don't even know what fucking sex is. They don't know the difference between, like,
well, I didn't mean to
gay,
get
lesbian,
political,
whatever. It's like, well, I'm not saying it's not even political. It's just it's child abuse.
Generally tries to stay out of that kind of stuff. I know.
It is market related though, because Mario Brothers has gone over $1 billion, and it's continuing to go. And one of the reasons why people are saying that it's so successful in the Hollywood scene and movie critics and stuff is because it's refreshing to watch a kids movie that doesn't have any kind of, like, lesbian kiss or gay teenagers or what have you.
Yep.
And I don't like talking about this stuff, so I'm gonna stop. But I'm just saying Disney is making mistakes, and it's not ready to buy yet. I don't know if it should be short. I don't think it should be shorted either. I think it's just going to remain flat as it rides off of the revenue of the parks and the cruises. And once they start turning around the quality of their Disney Plus and start addressing the issues of the board members and their creative departments, angles and biases, then we'll see a difference. But just getting to the straight money, Indiana Jones is underwater. Dave Favreau has left. Kathleen Kennedy Dave Favreau has left. Kathleen Kennedy is now in charge of all of Star Wars, and Jon Filoni is now working on an Ahsoka project but there's a lot of an Ahsoka project, a new Rey project, another Star Wars movie coming out, and they are all already they're getting like bashed because the track record is and the reputation of Kathleen Kennedy and her style of movies or production values and all that stuff has come into question. There's like no reputation or goodwill left. So they take these blockbuster movies that basically turn the original fan base against them. We'll see though. I've been right so far, but we'll see.
You really picked some like penny stocks. Nikola, kind of, we've heard of them a bit. We talk about them. I think most people think they're not doing so well. But freaking IDEX, that's like, man, that's legit penny stock. 4.14 cents a share. How do these guys have freaking options? In fact, how are they still publicly traded? The smallest strike price you can get is freaking 50 cents a share. How would you be able to sell freaking covered calls on that? Gosh.
There is a penny stock that I'm looking at. It's called the ticker is NOTE, note, and it's fiscal note. And ChatGPT partnered or chose them as a partner for integration, and it's a project management app. So like you eventually will be able to speak into this thing, and it'll be able to like set deadlines or set project schedules, take notes automatically in meetings, organize different aspects of just project management, right? Like lead times, lag times, pushing out dates, pulling back dates, flow of work breakdown schedules, critical paths, all that stuff. But they need
Fiscal
to
Note
raise.
also, I'm in on that one. Fiscal Note also provides business intelligence for politicians, and they have some pretty interesting products where the integration of ChatGPT I think would be extremely helpful. I bought some shares in Fiscal Note.
I also like how transparent they are. Did you go to their YouTube videos and see some of that?
I read through their website.
Yeah.
Like I didn't see it on the videos, but I went to their website and I ran through some of the products and services that they offer, and they basically they're like they're almost like a private version of the CIA.
I bet you like that.
I mean, they gather information. Like if you, for example, if you're a politician and you're trying to make gather information on a bill that's being proposed or whatever, and you want to get more information on it, you could go to Fiscal Note and have them do the data gathering for you and provide you with the reports. And it's pretty interesting. I mean, they also do it for CEOs. I guess a lot of CEOs and stuff like that subscribe to it as well. So it seems to have some traction in the marketplace. And then I think the integration of ChatGPT into what they're currently doing is almost a natural, because you almost need something like a ChatGPT to digest all the information that's out there, especially if ChatGPT can do it real time.
Yeah. They need to. So the reason why I'm watching it, I actually got into it when ChatGPT announced. I made some money off of it and I sold it. The reason why is because they need to raise more money, so they need to do a stock sell-off or get into debt, and I'm waiting for them to do that. I think they were supposed to do that sometime in June, and so it'll be a good buy in June. But this penny stock, I think, has some real potential.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. I made money when it pumped, and then I got back into it when it went down a little bit. And if it goes down even more, I don't mind getting into it some more.
I mean, I sold it. It went down, and then it went way up, and then now it's back down. Dude, Gino, man, have you heard about this? The Kremlin being drone striked. Have you heard about this yet?
Yeah, I actually was watching that a bit yesterday, and they had a guy on, I think it was like Fox News. I kind of saw the thing about it at a Chinese restaurant, and he basically made the comment that he thinks it's a false flag attack because no one other than an 8-year-old would think to try to attack the Kremlin with whopping 2 drones.
Yeah, so that's the special thing about, like, everybody's like, oh, it's fucking war. Okay, there's something special about this. Nobody's taking responsibility for it, and it was an attack on the Capitol. So it's different. It's not the same as traditional, like, just what's been going on. It's an escalation in my mind.
Well, I think it's somebody trying to let Putin and
Basically,
the Kremlin
the
know that they're not untouchable.
guy that they had on there, the military expert, basically made the comment that this is most likely a false flag attack done by the Russians, which, by the way, have a history of a lot of false flag attacks, even recently. Basically, their whole rationale behind going into Ukraine in the first place was, the government's overrun by Nazis, so we need to denazify the country. Which I was there literally a month before Russia invaded, and I didn't see a single swastika or anyone beating up a minority or anything. And they basically think, and I kind of agree with them, that this was basically done by the Russians in order to, like, continue to have increased public support of the war. Because another fun fact about Russian history is they love going to wars, but they hate it when they're losing.
Is that so? You're implying that there's a country out there that loves going to war and loves to lose?
America. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I don't think we love to lose.
But well, anyways, so I noticed. So I heard about this yesterday before it hit the news cycle, and now Boyle.
2 days ago already. It happened 2 days ago already.
I know, dude. I've been talking about it for 2 days, but you and I just haven't gotten gotten together about it. But I figured oil would start going up, and so would gasoline if the war starts accelerating.
Not yet, I don't think. Because there is kind of a oversupply at the moment, because I think they oversupplied in preparation for a winter that ended up being not so harsh. So it ended up being a mild winter. So I think there's a lot of natural gas and a lot of.
I really don't think that the increase, or whether or not this war drags out, is going to really have any more effect on oil prices than it already has. Because if you really look at things, we have already found like alternate supplies for it, and I think a lot of other countries are, making up for the lack of Russian oil in the market as well.
So I have a few bullish points on gas and oil. One is producers are shutting down. Germany has closed down its nuclear reactors, and their infrastructure is based around burning natural gas for energy. They were the terminus for the Nord Stream pipeline that blew up. Then you've got the war escalation, and you've got Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Russia and China now switching away from the dollar, meaning that oil should start going up as the dollar weakens comparatively. So, and then whenever I ask for bearish, why do you think the price is going to go down? Nobody can answer me, because it's at like rock bottom lows right now.
Only way I can see oil going down, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being bullish on it. I just don't think that the war itself is going to be the catalyst for it. But the thing that would lead to prices going down is Putin succumbs to the cancer he reportedly has, and Russia is like, you know what, this war thing isn't working out for us. We're sorry. We're going to completely pull out. And then everyone's like, all right, yeah, you had a bad hand. We're going to lift all these sanctions right off the bat. Not likely to happen. I mean, some of that might happen, but definitely not that quickly. That's going to lead to that rapid of a de-escalation of fuel prices.
So you're calling for stable prices then?
I think we're pretty stable, yeah.
Yeah. The bearish price drop was first explained by the futures market driving the price down because of a economic slowdown brought on by a recession and indicated by bank earnings being bad. That was the original reason. And so the bank earnings are over. We're seeing regional banks not doing well, but other banks did fine on their earnings. I don't know. Some people, if we go into recession, I can see a bearishness because the demand for oil and gas drops as people drive less and the economy slows down. But I keep on hearing that we're not going into recession. I don't know.
But I could see potentially like specifically like gasoline prices maybe going down, and maybe that drops oil prices a bit. But we also have to deal with the fact that California wants to make everything all electric within the next, 13 years, and they don't have the infrastructure to generate that power. So it's going to have to come from somewhere. So basically, if we see an increase in maybe like natural gas power generation, I could see something going there. But
nobody. I'm gonna look into this more, but I do understand electricity very well, and they are saying that the infrastructure doesn't exist now and it can never exist because the amount of power that these like charging stations for even a mid-sized distribution facility with fully electric trucks would require so much power that it's not even practical. Like I guess it takes more power than 4 big box stores is what they said, which would mean like you have like 500 cm power lines normally coming down to residential for a 480. If they had something like chargers that were high voltage, maybe they could do it. But what I'm seeing is like you would need tree trunk sized copper lines to charge the vehicles at the same ability of like gasoline powered ICE engines. So it's a.
Think you'll ever, because I don't think that's ever going to happen either, to be able to charge at the same rate. So there's obviously going to have to be some massive trade-off, and I don't know if that's going to, because I understand you and agree with you 100%. The infrastructure is not there, and I don't know if it can be. So policy-wise, I think there's going to be a huge reversal, and people are going to like want to hang these politicians by their toes or whatever. But I'm kind of going through grasping at straws at any bear case for gas in that, just because that's how strong gas is. So unless there's some huge change to the supply chain, another thing that could potentially lower oil prices is if, and this one's probably the most likely, is if there's a change in administration in the U.S. and they say Keystone's back on, baby.
They do have natural gas powered vehicles. that's actually way more feasible. And natural gas burns super clean. But because of the other regulations that are going on with nat gas, like New York and California trying to push legislation through to not only like already you can't build a new home with natural gas hookups, but now they want to retroactively tear out the gas pipelines and cut off gas. And so that's some green policy. So even if you switched all these gasoline powered like semi trucks to natural gas, like actual gas, like you're still fighting against the residential use of gas. So there's a play in here. I just don't see it yet. It's coming to me.
Yeah, and if there's one thing I know is that a lot of these people who try to push these freaking environmental policies and get rid of all these things have no idea like how dependent their lives are on it. When I was younger, I actually lived in California. My dad worked at and then helped build a couple power plants, and people would like talk about how evil power plants are and how they pollute. And my dad's like, well, how do you power the lights on in your house? He's like, well, I just flip the switch and they turn on, and I just have to plug stuff into the outlet, and that's how I get my electricity. Like, these people have no idea what they're advocating for.
If they knew the ecological cost of tossing one of these batteries like in a ditch or whatever, they would realize like that it's they're not these fucking hippies, dude. They're just fucking dumb.
Until they can really get a good economical and environmentally feasible way to like either dispose of or recycle these batteries, it really hurts the case for electric cars. The other thing is, I've actually read a couple of articles where there's a lot of fire departments. They are really struggling whenever they have an issue where one of these vehicles catch fire, because they literally have no idea how to respond because they act different than any other type of fire.
They used to make Volkswagen Beetles and a few of their other cars with magnesium engines, and when they would set on fire, they literally could not be put out with water, and so they would just have to let the car burn. And
Yeah, basically, when they put the water on there, that's just contained the heat.
Magnesium is just flammable, like really flammable.
Yeah.
And like the energy to turn water into steam, like was it was so hot that it wasn't like taking energy, like the endothermic reaction wasn't enough to stop the fire from burning. And what I'm saying is, like, these car manufacturers, they don't all they want to do is sell the fucking car, and they don't care about anything down the line. They'll put a bunch of bullshit into their advertisements or whatever, but they don't really care at all. And they're gonna sell that damn car. And now, after the fact, we have to retroactively try and figure out how to fix things, and it's kind of bullshit. And there's so much money in saving the environment. There's so much money in saving the environment that they think that just hiring more people to think about it is going to solve the problem. When instead, what they need to do is just have a few smart people with I guess scientific background to make policies, instead of having everybody and their mom get hired on as a consultant and a underwriter for these bills and laws. Like, taking gas out of California homes and out of New York homes is just not smart. But the reason why they're doing it isn't because they want to save the environment. On paper, it's because they want to save the environment, but really, what they just want smart meters so that if you stop paying your electric bill, they can cut it off remotely. Like they can't. Like for me, dude, I'm supposed to sign up for gas. I never have signed up for gas. Here's a little life hack for everybody. Don't sign up for a gas bill because it takes more money for them to send somebody out and shut the thing off. And then they can't even control it because like the pipes are so old, so they'd have to shut off everybody in the apartment complex. So I just burn the fucking gas and don't pay for it. That's how you make money.
Please keep in mind that this is technically illegal, so do at your own risk.
It's only illegal if they bill me and I don't pay it. Other than that, gas is just wandering into my house and I just so happen to have a light.
I can't remember where it happened, and this happened years ago, but fun fact is that there's a magnetic radiation or electrical radiation that comes off of transformers, and there was a guy that had one of these like on his property, and he set up a device that could harvest that electric radiation, and he was generating power off of it. Well, the utility successfully like sued him for theft of their energy, even though it was free radiation that was leaking from the thing. Gosh. The WallStreetBets UFO is about to get funded. Oh dear.
Yeah, well, he's talking about magnets, which you don't need in a UFO craft. As a matter of fact, you're trying to get rid of magnetism because you want the electromagnetic wave, the transverse wave, to change to a scalar wave that doesn't include electromagnetic induction.
I'm still waiting to hear when this freaking Reddit IPO is supposed to happen.
So so Banana's asking about the prevalence of nuclear energy in the near term. Man, I wish Rad the Reptile was here because he'd tell you all about it. And so would Leap and Leopold. I like Leopold and Rad talking because they're on two opposite sides of the spectrum. Like,
Rad is more on the mining side of it.
Yeah, he's on the raw side of it, and he understands. So Leopold's argument is the laws that are in place, and Rad's saying, "Well, yeah, but it's just a stigma because when the bad things happen in radiation plants, like they're not bad, they're awful and terrible. So there's a bad stigma, but as far as a power source, they are great." But they last a long time. It's good. It's good energy. It's clean. It's actually cleaner than coal and oil. Coal and oil are actually more radioactive because it it puts like the smaller radioactive isotopes into the air instead of being contained. Look it up. But it's kind of a permanent solution, and it's not what they really want. They want to build one in the smart city of Phoenix, outside of Phoenix, Arizona. When they build the smart city for all of the engineers that come over from Taiwan and out of Texas University for these new fabrication plants of TSMC and Intel. Oh, what? Creating a vortex. Okay. Dude. You don't want to create a vortex. You're trying to get rid of the vortex. This is why you use a spherical capacitor. A spherical capacitor cancels out all of the vertical vector fields of magnetism when you run an oscillating current through it. No, I think I know what you're not talking about. You're talking about a vortex of gravitational force. Yeah.
I see we're still hashing out the details of the UFO.
Bro, I went on a rabbit hole because I went on a rabbit hole and came out the other side. We'll talk about UFOs aftermarket. How about that? For right now, though, I'm still looking at my my UAN and my GME.
How's the GME doing?
It's been running for the past few days, since pretty much the bank started having trouble. I noticed that GME likes to go up in during the volatility of the market, and especially like banking institutions and stuff, financial institutions. I think it could be ready for one of those random pops. I mentioned earlier that Credit Suisse has peeled out the portfolio. Well, they've peeled out a risky portfolio that they are not willing to close out, even with all the help of the Bank of the Switzerland. They want to sell it off to some poor schmuck who's going to get stuck with what they call the hot potato, which is a whole bunch of GME shorts that literally can't be afforded to be closed out. Moas, baby. It's coming tomorrow. Then the other thing was that UAN that I was talking about. I bought 5 boil calls this morning at a $2.50 strike, and I sold boil calls at $3 strike. I'm expecting it to go up now that all the tech earnings and bank earnings are over, and we see a little bit of a sector rotation or a reshuffling into commodities. Then let's see what else. VIX is down 7.23%, and I think that's because of the equilibrium that these regional banks are finding. So I had a list yesterday of a whole bunch of the banks, and I'll post them again. Give me a second. The ones that I'm looking at.
Harris talked about, the main problem with nuclear is this, main problem with nuclear is that. I think we can all agree that the main problem is most people don't know how the heck it freaking works. And then, they hear nuclear, they think of, the older people think Chernobyl, and some of the younger people think Fukushima. But I think a lot of it has to do with just the plain ignorance of it. So I can literally see the cooling towers out my kitchen window of the nuclear plant by my house. My dad was working on it when they were building they were finishing the second unit on it. And some lady made the comment, I wonder how radioactive that smoke is. And my dad's like, what? She's like, yeah, the smoke coming out of the towers. He's like, there's no smoke. That's water vapor. There's no smoke from the nuclear plant. She's like, well, I wasn't born yesterday, and I know it makes smoke when they burn that uranium. So yeah, I'm not in the brightest section of the country.
I think Rad's mentioned before that if you want nuclear power in America, every boomer must die, because they grew up in the time when they would have to hide underneath their desks if they saw like a flash or a mushroom cloud.
Flash of light, yeah.
Yeah, which is very funny, because if you see that flash of light and you are hiding under your desk, you are already dead, dude.
Yeah, you're gonna die from radiation sickness instead of the actual blast.
We're talking about a nuclear bomb, dude.
Yeah, all of that is what you would call security theater, where people feel safe, so it's almost as good as being safe, because the idea of not being able to do anything is darn right terrifying, but if all you have to do is duck and cover, yeah, that's not so bad.
There it is, Bert the Turtle. Yeah, dude looks like a real radiation expert.
Yeah, Bert's a turtle, because if there's anyone who's going to help me stay safe from nuclear bombs, it's a guy who's too slow to avoid a car, let alone a nuclear blast.
Looks like Investor Place is reporting that there are no more GME shares to short. This has happened a few times before.
Trump.
I saw in the chat it showed that you had been a speaker. I'm like, where did he go?
I'm right here, daddy boy. What's up?
How's the J. Bourbon Trump train doing today?
The Trump family is strong. Look through the chats. You'll see enough Trump supporters here.
I don't know
May
if
the
they're
Trump
Trump
be with
supporters
you.
as much as they are you supporters.
Yes, they are J. Bourbon Trump supporters. But none of us might actually be Trump supporters.
I mean, do you feel like your love of Trump might actually sway the results of the 2024 election?
I mean, that'd be hilarious. There's like a whole fucking article about it.
Mm-hmm.
No. We're just DWAC. We're just investors that made money off DWAC, and now we thank Trump for it. Non-political, simply money. But anyways, Trump! I like how where it shows Jay Bourbon's now a speaker at like 104. Everyone's using the Trump emoji.
I mean, someone earlier in the day actually had a pic, like your freaking profile picture, and it said Trump.
Oh, that's the Ryler special. The gift from Ryler Gods. You talking about this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ryler. He created a what are those damn things called? Basically an emoji for it too. Then I just blew up the emoji.
What can I say?
Yeah, I died when I saw that shit. I was like, he took the profile pic, put the bourbon, you got the whole Trump, the 2 M's, 2 U's. Shit was solid. We even got Georgia to say Trump yesterday. You saw that one? I'm posting it right now. This dude was drinking PBR yesterday. He was on live cam. And then we were like saying Trump because he usually gets triggered. And then we're like, where does Georgia go? And he's like, jerk it off in a corner, Trump. You know what pisses me off? That I've collected a shit ton of Pokemon cards and holographics throughout my life. Like when I was younger, of course. Just to find out that like none of them are shadowless. So like, are they even worth anything at this point? Probably not.
Someone said in the chat that you can send him and get him checked. Heck, he doesn't even. They literally have apps for it. I know someone that It was funny because like every week he would go and get like a pack of Pokemon cards. In 1 week, he spent $1 on a pack, and one of the cards was worth 10.
Because if you turn them in, don't you have to pay? And then it's like a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, if you're paying to get them like appraised and that, sending them in to get graded and all that, it's gonna cost you something.
But is there somewhere where I could just turn it in and then they could tell me if any of them are worth getting appraised?
Like there are some apps out there that you can use and will actually like appraise the card for you. That's how the one guy, like, he went to the store he bought it at, and the guy freaking pulled out his phone and used an app. It's like, oh yeah, this card's worth $10. So like, I would look up an app that would do that first, and then any ones that like show that they might be worth something, then I would send those in to potentially get appraised.
But like the shadowless, those are still worth money.
I don't know enough about the cards.
Those in the comments, are shadowless worth money still? Because that'd be the only thing that'd be, you're gonna spend a lot of time trying to fucking figure it out. So it's like, is it worth my time? Probably worth something. That doesn't really help. I need worth millions. PriceCharting.com. Check it out. Yeah, I know the shadowless are worth stuff, but apparently all the shit I collected was nothing. They're all the fucking shadows. I guess I was born a little bit too late. It's crazy. All the ones I collected. Shadow, shadow, shadow. So you lose money by trying to find if your cards are worth something? Makes no sense. I got Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Are those worth anything?
Jay Bourbon, I just posted a link for an app on the Google Play Store that you can scan the cards to get the prices for them.
Fuck yeah. Can I download this on Apple?
You might check to see if they have an app or the iOS version on the Apple Store.
Poke TCG skin. Yes, sir. Good looks, homie. So this is mainly to check the values versus selling.
Yeah, I didn't read too far to see if like they have a marketplace for it, but you can. It definitely, I think, might have links for it.
I mean, if not, then I'll just use eBay.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you can find out the values for them before you put them on eBay.
Yeah, exactly. And then search what they're selling on eBay too. Just this guy's down 3K on his Pokemon port.
Who do you think Trump's going to pick as his running mate?
Hopefully Nancy Pelosi.
Oh my gosh, why would you
Stocks
say
would go-
that?
The stocks would go to the fucking stratosphere, bro. Think
I
about
mean, her stocks would.
it. Yeah, ours would go to zero.
Yeah. Like, I wonder if he's going to go for Pence or like Alan West or Larry Elder. Larry Elder would be an interesting pick. One guy in the chat has a vote for Mike Lindell.
One guy would steal Pokemon cards from the factory. That's genius. Go work at a Pokemon factory and just start robbing them.
Jared from Subway. Oh gosh.
Jared from Subway? Yes, please. We need Chomper.
Bufu, I think there'd be an issue if all of us got jobs at the Pokemon factory and they noticed, hey, for some reason we're missing a lot of Pokemon cards.
Yeah, everyone just starts robbing them.
going back to the non-market related topic of Trump's potential running mate, does anyone think that there could be a self-fulfilling prophecy with South Park?
Which one?
So South Park, they depicted one of the, I think Mr. Garrison basically was Trump, and he picked Caitlyn Jenner as his running mate.
Oh, that'd be lit.
Okay, so Bufu wants to get a pension and then start selling or stealing Pokemon cards. So he'll work there for 30 years and then we'll start stealing. I think the better play is because obviously there's still if it's all at once, it's like everyone gets their month to steal Pokemon cards, and you just we rotate the month, and therefore like it's the rate stays the same, but everyone gets their share. Then Rare's like, take me to the magnet factory so he can make his UFO. UAP, is that the United States Alien Patrol? All right, let's look at some of the big movers. Pac West has had quite the volume. They're up 75% today. That's Pac West Bancorp, ticker PACW. Apple up almost 5%. Tesla up 5%. SQQQ down 5.5%. PQQQ up 5.5%. And what the frick? Carvana up 25.56%. What kind of bull crap is that? Alright. What are the puts looking like for next week? 750. Oh gosh. $25 a contract for a 750 strike price on a put. I gotta save my pennies for that. Can't believe they're up 25. AMD up 3%. Lyft. Oh, what happened to Lyft? They have bad earnings. They're down 21 and over 21%. Look at their news. Oh, Deutsche Bank lowered the price target from 12 to 11. A lot of places have lowered their price targets. Ouch. Fubo up 31.25. And let's look at some of our fat gainers. Nanobiotics. Wonder if it's an IPO or a penny stock because it's up 263%. So it started out as a penny stock. If it keeps this price, it should be clinical stage biotechnology. So another small cap bio company. Minim up 131%. They design, manufacture, and sell internet access products in North America and internationally. I wish Fidelity on their mobile app would show market caps. Oh, good old microcap. Nice. Sandman, can you hear me being a blabbermouth or no? Let's see, looking at our top. Oh, top down 46.18. One of our favorite discussed pump and dumps. Sologenics, freaking penny stock. It's down almost 50%. ATSG, Air Transport Services, down almost 24.5%. Any good swing trades coming in the next week? Good question. You got anything, Bourbon?
stock wise?
For a swing trade?
I don't know about for next week, but I'm looking at June calls for Enphase, ENPH. They went down.
I just thought of one for next week. Nintendo, NTDOY. They have
fucking
earnings,
Nintendo.
I believe, the 9th. Let me look that up real quick. Nintendo earnings date. Expected release on May 9th, 2023. Yep, that is confirmed. Cool. So, Nintendo should hear some of the good news about the Super Mario Brothers movie, because obviously that's their big thing. And then we should hear possibly some pre-order numbers for Breath of the Wild 2, which comes out the 12th. So that comes out later in the week. So Nintendo, let me look at what it's trading at right now. I can actually just go to my actual account because I hold shares. NTDOY right now it is trading at 10.58. It's up a little over 1% today. So overall, I'm currently down a little over 6% on my position because my cost basis is 11.28. So I am hoping that they have a fantastic freaking earnings report, and then I'll be green on the trade. And SpongeBob Trading has given us the chart. Thank you so much, good sir. I can go on the NASDAQ and see what their earnings calendar is. PayPal has earnings on the 8th. See if there are any other big names that Tyson Foods, Palantir, and Lucid. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Nikola has earnings on the 9th. Okay, that should be interesting. See if they plunge further into penny stock land. CRISPR Therapeutics, I know we talked about them a bit. They will have earnings on Monday. Dish Network has earnings. There are a total of 249 companies that are reporting earnings on the 8th. Freshpet. Hims and Hers Health Inc. I don't know if anyone's been seeing all those freaking ones. Hims and Hers is going to be aftermarket. In the morning, we'll have Energizer. So if you want to do something crazy with some batteries.
see. Six Flags theme park. They report pre-market. Hey, Scald, how do you do on your wall calls?
I exited them at 1:05 p.m. today, up bigly.
Oh, thank goodness. Good news there. You
I
have
was-
any swing
I was-
trade plays for next week?
No, we'll see what happens. I'm not even looking that far ahead. I was just looking at exiting these wall calls, and I'm going to be pretty busy next week with fundraising and such. So
For one of your ventures.
yeah, I'm closing in on some stuff. I've got a
Hey.
few deals in the pipeline, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be busy next week because so Monday I'll probably get on the pre-market call, but I don't know what it's gonna be like for the next few weeks because I'll be in Germany doing a study abroad, so that should be fun.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm out of here, yo.
What's really gonna be interesting is I'm gonna be stuck in London Heathrow for like 5 hours.
Oh man, not enough time to run around.
Yeah. But they're like, oh yeah, we'll have class in the airport. I'm like, you guys are sick.
That is awful. Why would you do that?
You know, this is what I get for being a non-traditional college student.
Yeah. I imagine you have less patience for their shenanigans.
Yeah. But it's like, it's also really interesting because you're literally not allowed to go anywhere by yourself. You have to have another person from the program with you. And I'm just like, I have solo traveled Europe before. I have family I can go to if something bad happens while I'm over there. Like, I can handle myself, I swear.
Right. Well, I'm out, y'all. I'll see y'all later.
All right. Thanks for giving us the report, and glad it worked out for you.
Yeah, this is why I bought a month out. I'll see y'all later.
Cheers.
Trump. You got this one poor guy, Sandman.
Apparently, he's having audio issues. He doesn't know how to fix it. Turn the knob to the right. Oh, that's terrible. Throw your computer in rice. What the actual heck? Just deaf and he doesn't realize it yet, or oh, someone says he knows the actual problem and is gonna let him figure it out. Someone's actually trying to be helpful. Yeah, I guess there's the big determination is he freaking on the phone, mobile or a computer? He's on the app. And we're gonna figure out, is he Android, Apple? Is there a difference in how they work? Someone goes, Android or iPhone? He just goes, yes. Earplugs for an ear. I knew someone was going to say something about Android being the problem. But as someone who is an Android user, and it's working just fine for me, obviously. Google stuff has to go up for you to hear this. Hey, they were, last time I checked, they were up. Yeah. The Google GOOGL up almost 48.5 cents. The only thing in my portfolio that's green. Just threw your phone on the wall. Just tell him to delete the app and reinstall it. At this point, who knows? You're here. Like, are you not doing that? I can. ASL translator. Oh, beautiful. Are you guys saying I sound like the guy from Mars Attack? The aliens from Mars Attack? Because I could definitely do that. Da 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 da. I don't wonder if, yeah, did Simon give up? Now he can't see. Oh no. He was deaf and now he's blind. He's lost forever. He needs to take a bath in some rice. Oh my gosh. Insert fucking garbage blend. Helpful in just scalding at this point. For the microphone of the microwave, maybe it's cold. Did anyone remember someone hearing something about apparently microwaves being able to charge your phone? Apparently someone put their phone in a microwave to try that out. Did not work out for them. Take batteries from dildo, put it in phone. Oh dear. On top of the microwave, yeah. Oh. At least the phone would hopefully still work. My uncle's cousin's brother put the phone in the microwave and fixed it. Oh gosh. I'm too childish for this. I think I know what the issue might be. Is because I don't really have enough money to buy any short positions, whether puts or otherwise. You're darn right they are. Man. Is typing. Check permissions, still all are switched on. Well, in that case, Yeah, who knows what the problem is at this point? The microwave. I think he just needs to freaking like turn up the volume on his phone. Is probably what the whole issue is. It's really sad that we're having all of this excitement. Over the fact that this guy clearly has no idea how to work his phone. Your phone is why Apple stock is on the moon. Does anyone remember when Amazon tried to get on the cell phone business? How short-lived that was? It was like the Firefly was like the name of the phone or something. WallStreetBets TV is not always on. It does eventually turn off. Maybe Sandman has a Firefly phone. Oh my gosh. Yeah, those are 4 very good reasons why that phone sucked. So Crispy, here is what's going on right now in the chat is there's a user named Sandman, but instead of A's he has X's. So maybe he's a gender neutral sand person. Who knows? Anyway, he for some reason can't hear what's being discussed by the speakers, or in this case, me. So we have been trying to help him, and at this point have given up and are just trolling him. You're not trolling him, but how many times have you told him put his phone in the microwave? I've been working in the tech industry for 100 years. Alright, Edison, time to go back to bed. Nola needs a rocket. Just make sure that rocket's not built by SpaceX.
You what?
True, true.
Did someone say Trump?
Trump.
Trump, was that you, Riley?
Trump.
Trump, 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 Trump.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Trump on this one.